Hello, everyone. My mouth isn't working. Hold on. Testing. There we go. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. Hope everybody's doing good today. I'm doing pretty good myself, with the exception of I'm definitely fighting the early signs of an endoflare. Thankfully, we haven't moved into the pain portion of anything, but the brain fog is here and it is powerful. So coding today is going to be, actually not coding, but programming today is going to be interesting. Especially given how much we have to do. But let's get into it. Welcome, Hebda. Is that how you pronounce it? Or would you prefer Remo? I'm excited to show you guys what I have been working on and where we left off. Hey Frag, how are you? I am doing good. I'm excited to see all of the new things we're going to add today. I will warn though, my brain is not where it should be. I am not going to get too deep to the details of how it all functions and whatnot, but as I have mentioned many times in the past, I have endometriosis, and with an upcoming endoflare right around the corner anytime now, there are hormonal fluctuations that happen with that cause effects all throughout my body. And so today, one of my early warning signs of all of that has been a lot of cerebral signs. So I'm not able to retain my attention span as long as normal. I'm not able to think as clearly. Motor function's not really that great, so hand-eye coordination is definitely taking a bit of a dip. The vertigo is usually my biggest sign. So I'll be sitting here in my chair perfectly fine, but I'll start to lean to one side as I start to feel like the world is spinning around me. So we're definitely in for some low-energy raptor today. But hopefully that won't impede on much when it comes to the actual progress here. Red Dead Redemption 2 has progressed its download to 77%. That's doing pretty good. That game is huge. Hello, Soulstone. Thank you so much for the lurk. You and Remo both. I hope you guys have been having a great week so far. We got our Friday right around the corner. Anybody doing anything fun for the weekend? Well, let me go ahead and show you guys where I left off last time with this. So once again, we're working on the player, and I've been recreating the grab pack from Poppy Playtime. Last time I was finally able to get this new rig set up for the hands working. So our original first attempt at this, we had kind of a crazy mess going on, because what I was trying to do was avoid using constraints. So we had 3 hands on each hand. We had, let me turn the gizmos off here, our regular hand that was horizontal in the T-pose here. We had a fake hand that was posed at the 90-degree angle that the grab pack is usually sitting at. And then we had a third extended hand already out, so that it would be a matter of shrinking the bones and then extending them again, as opposed to having them pre-shrunk and extending them out. That was just another attempt at trying to get this rope system to work. And while it did work, I really wasn't thrilled with how it was working. And I didn't like how many different hands we had to have alternating all the time. And because of that, it also rendered it impossible to do the particle systems that we wanted to do. So I went ahead and said, all right, that system's not going to work. And that's when we started making the new one using constraints and an invisible hand. So as you can see, we've got our contacts are actually a little bit above this hand. And the reason for that, let me go ahead and pull up the armature. So if you look at here, our bones are actually going to an invisible hand that doesn't have a mesh. That's our real hand. That's where our actual controls are. but we have a second duplicate hand or armature of this hand underneath that is tied to our mesh, so that everything that we do with our actual hand, it's going to project it onto this hand. And this is something that I couldn't do originally when I first started this avatar, because back when I first started this, Quest couldn't use constraints. So this hand wouldn't work at all on Quest. And whenever I make an avatar, I'm determined to make it as possible to use on Quest as it is on PC. There's certain things that I'm still limited to that I can't do because of just general Quest limitations. But I always try my best to make sure that it can be used on Quest as much as possible. I think that that's something that all avatar creators should try and prioritize as much as they possibly can. If only just to practice being more optimized with what you're doing. It's something that we should all be implementing from the get-go. It gets easier to do it the earlier on that you're keeping it in mind. So the reason that I did it this way is because you can't make any kind of transforms of the main armature for a VRChat avatar without having some sort of mask and messing with the IK and all that, which I don't know anything about. It's probably not as hard as it sounds, but I just haven't done any research into it whatsoever. And with everything that I've been learning for Blender and everything I've been learning for Unity, I can only take in so much at a time. And that's why my avatars usually take me so long to finish, because I have such high ambitions for the things that I want them to do. So that's what set this one back for so long, is not being able to do anything with constraints. But now Quest can use constraints, so we can actually give this new method a shot. And so far it's worked pretty good. The only exception being that in game, it behaves a little differently than in Unity. So let's pull up, which one is it? Not you. You. No, you're our Quest version. Let me rename you to that. So you are our main version. Let's go into Gesture Manager and show you what it does. Uh-oh. Stream was frozen for a solid couple of minutes. I hope it's not still having the same issues as yesterday. I didn't realize how bad the bitrate was on yesterday's video. I'm really surprised no one said anything, because when I went back and checked the VOD, it's super crunchy. I don't know if that was just a Twitch issue or not. All right, well, here's how our little guy works. We're going to go ahead and pose him real quick so that you can see what this hand is supposed to do. Okay, so we've got his hand out. And with this hand going forward, right now you can't really see it super well. We've got gizmos in the way, so I'll turn those off for the time being. But we have a left-hand toggle, which my face is currently in the way of. We have two different triggers that can be activated. We have our fast trigger, which means that when this is activated, when the character does the fist action, or you make a fist in-game, it goes and shoots out the hand. Now, I don't know if you guys could hear that or not. I don't think we actually have audio for Unity. So let me fix that real quick. All right, let's give that another shot and see if you guys can hear it this time. There we go. So just like the regular grab pack, it shoots out anytime you make a fist. And recoils. And then for our long trigger, this one should, theoretically, shoot the hand out until it reaches the full extent of the rope, and then go into rest mode, where it has gravity take effect. Actually, gravity takes effect beforehand, which was not intended, but this is where I left it last time I was working on it. So we might change that and fix it up some today, but this is the one that's behaving really weirdly in-game. So now it shoots out, and then it just kind of stays limp and extended. And then when the fist is reopened, the rope recoils, and it does the reconnected sounds. I'll just show you guys. So it shouldn't be doing the spaghetti thing it's doing right now. The hand kind of does different things every time. And I haven't really been able to figure out why. It just always does something a little different. See, that's more like how I would like it to move. And that's how it was originally moving before. But now it's kind of just been doing its own thing. But hopefully I've managed to at least fix one of the clipping issues where the rope was not sitting correctly in here. It clips a little bit, but it's not the worst. Now, it does disappear if you aren't looking at the right bounding box. Meaning what I think we'll do is make the bounding box for the hand much larger, so hopefully from wherever we are, you'll see it. The moment that that box is off screen, if you can see here, it will go away from view. But that's an easy enough fix. So we're going to play around a little more with that today. And we're also going to start setting up animations for the different hand toggles and what they do. And so for that, we're going to take some stuff from our old ones, but let's worry about recording those animations first. I'm going to go ahead and delete this guy. Duplicate you, make you our animator. Slap our animator on there. And we're going to start doing some animations themselves. So we'll make a new clip here. Right hand, or we'll just do our hand off. And this one we're probably going to end up updating a couple times. So that'll be the hand itself off. And we want both of the cuffs off as well. So no matter what, that toggle will always turn that off. And I do apologize that you guys can't really see the animation window over here. I can turn that off for right now. Make a new clip. R and red. Now, we're not going to actually record turning the hand on. We are only going to record putting a texture on. So to do that, we actually need to put a different texture on first. So let's put our green texture on here. Oh wait, no, we need our material, my bad. There we go. Make you green. Make you green. And make you green. So now when we animate hand red, record, go back over here, make you red, make you red, make you red. Now, it's not the only thing that we need to do, though, because I did include 2 blend shapes. So we have one for an orange hand and one for an omni hand. And I'm going to make sure that for the red hand toggle, when that is on, these will be turned to 0. That way, that's part of the animation and it'll know those go off, just in case a different animation doesn't tell it to do that. Now we've actually got some extra stuff we can add to the other ones, but right now let's just do all of our colors. So we've got our red hand, our and green. We want to record. We want to take our regular hand and put green on. And I don't think that worked because we forgot to change it back to red. There we go. So now we can change it back to green. And again, we're going to make sure that the orange hand and the omni hand toggles are off. Our hand purple. We want to put our purple hand on. Purple hand. Purple hand. And again, 0 out these animation shapes. Our hand orange. So for this one, this is the flare gun hand, so we are going to activate the orange hand blend shape, and it's not a very big change. All it does is it takes this fingertip and it flattens it, and it extends it just a little bit so that it looks like more of a gun hole. And that's what we're going to have our particle system shoot out of, is the tip of that finger. And then, of course, we also want to put our orange texture on. It's less of an orange and more of a brown, really. Now, we will go back to touch up that animation, but not yet. I do really quick want to go change the name of that one because I didn't caps lock the purple. Okay. Now, I'm going to go ahead and make an animation for the Omni hand as well, but I don't have a texture for that. So we're just going to make it as an animation that we can use later if we want. Whoops, hold on. Oh, excuse me. I had to sneeze. Was barely able to mute in time. All right. Like I said, we're going to make an animation here for... Wait! Katsu, hello!
Katsu Drawn just cheered 5 bits. Meowdy Frag, did you see the question I sent you last night?
Yes and no. I saw the preview of what you had sent me, and I already had too much going on at the time to have time to answer. So I will get back to you about that after stream or possibly even tomorrow. I do apologize. I'm just extra brain dead this week. All right, we're going to make our Omni hand recording, and for that, all we're going to do is use the Omni hand blend shape. And all that does here is it pops the knuckles up. You can see that they're more raised. And so if I do get around to it, we'll have an additional texture for that will look more like the Omni hand with the wires in the back. It's all going to end up being painted on if I end up doing it. Again, this was a model that I had started and made before Chapter 4 even came out. So some things have changed in the time that Poppy has been around. I don't know if I'll be able to incorporate everything. All right, so one other thing that we want to do for our orange hand is we do want to pose it. And to do that, we want to pose our pseudo hand, I suppose.
Katsu Drawn just cheered 5 bits. Let's kill those last few brain cells, chat. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick kidding. XD.
Thank you for sparing me, Katsu. Now, we can't do any posed animations for this on our main hand. I am wondering if we can turn off our constraints, though. Interesting. Oh wait, no, I'm silly. I'm not thinking. Our constraints are on the other hand. Yeah. So I'm going to try something. I'm going to record turning off the constraints. Okay, it doesn't look like it's going to like that, actually. It does not want to record that data, so I don't think I'm going to do that. Can I record it as being inactive? It doesn't seem to like that either. Well, hello, Ninji. Is that a message from the cats? This is not the right one, Cherry? Well, that's fun, because literally every single tutorial that I watched said explicit instructions for this one. So it's very good to know that that information is not being taught clearly. Which one should I be using? Okay. Well, let's get those reset up correctly then. Let's do that not on the recording. Hold up. Thank you for catching that, by the way, Cherry. Posture check. Thank you, Cat. Wow, okay, yeah, no, none of the tutorials that I saw had gone over this at all. So this is a lot more stuff than these guys had in them at all. That's really funny. So with that in mind, if you wouldn't mind letting me know, Cherry, if there's anything that I should not be doing with these. See, that's the weird part too, is that these do work on Quest. These rotation constraints apparently have been working. Everyone on Quest has been able to see them working just fine. But this one's probably better suited regardless, so I'm going to go ahead and switch them. But I'm assuming I just need to plug in the same information. This could explain, too, why the hands have been behaving differently for every single person. Because if Quest is making it look different because of having to convert something, God only knows what all that is messing up. Freeze to world. Is that something that I can use in an animation? Like, can I toggle that on and then off during an animation? That's exactly what I want. that's so much easier than having to make a world constraint specifically to do that. But if it's not toggleable, then it won't be functional for what I want it to do. I'm gonna have to do a deeper dive into this specific rotation constraint, because I had no idea that there was a difference between them. Now that I know that there is, I can look into it. But we got a lot of these boys to replace, so let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, we're going to do some experimentation with this. Because it'd be really cool if I could set it so, because one thing I wanted to play around with, again, was contacts and receivers in the hands. It'd be really cool if I could have it so that there's a contact in the hand that detects colliders. And if it finds out that if it's hit a collision or something like that, it would freeze to it. That'd be really cool. But I don't know if this would allow me to create that function without a lot of fighting. We'll find out. I mean, this is Unity we're talking about. There's usually a lot of fighting regardless. On a parent constraint. Would that be something that I'd want to have? Like, so, all right, part of my tediousness from this comes from I wasn't sure if every single bone needed an individual rotation constraint. It seems like it did, but I couldn't find much information on the difference between the rotation constraints and the parent constraints. Parent constraint obviously is going to be just like any parent. That's like the anchor point. And all the other ones from there would read from that point as though assigning it to a hip bone, it would lock the location. Locks both the position and rotation as if its child is of the source. Or it's a child of the source. Okay. Do I want rotation constraints on the whole hand or parent constraints then? Because the one thing with the rotation constraints that I noticed is that the pivotal axis that the hands are on, because we're using that pseudo bone or pseudo hand that I was talking about, like it's set up so that if it pivots up or down, at the wrist point, this will move accordingly, but it's a little off. I don't know if parent would mess that up. I guess, you know what? I'll do one hand with rotation, one hand with parent, and then we'll see the difference. That's the easiest way for me to visually tell. I am toggling many things. Also, again, anybody following me who is interested in this sort of thing, please go give Cherry a follow as well. Because Cherry is a huge, huge source of information that you can learn so much from just from watching. And Cherry has started streaming avatar work lately and has been working on a new personal avatar of his own persona, which is a ferret. And he looks so fucking cute! I love how that's been coming out. Those teeth that you posted before are so cute. I can't wait to see the full body on this thing. Woof. Whole world is spinning. Yeah, you've been sticking to robots for quite a while. This has been a nice change of your usual style. Okay, dizziness should really stop soon. I'm starting to get a little tired of feeling like I'm falling out of my chair. Oop, nope, not yet. Getting ahead of myself. See, the scariest part about doing this right now is I can tell just how foggy my brain is. It truly does feel like I am drunk right now, but I have not had a goddamn drop of alcohol. Ugh. So I know I'm going to overlook and forget very dumb things that are going to end up making me so angry later on that I overlooked. But that's just part of it. If it does get to be too bad, though, I will definitely be switching from doing hard stuff to probably like a farm sim game or something. Something easy on the brain. Emergency Stardew stream. I was thinking either that or Paleo Pines. Both of those are the cozy kind of vibes that I'm feeling today. This is the shitty part about— oh, not that one. The shitty part when it comes to endo, though, is like, it's so hard to explain to people that endo is not, like, for lack of better words here, it's not a period. People always want to jump to the assumption that that's what it is, but, like, I wish that I had a period and not an endo flare. It would be so much better to just have to do that once a month than to have to deal with usually 2 months or 2 weeks out of the month, one of complete full body collapse as my entire body shifts into attempt to combat the virus within. Because endo changes the way that your body, like, functions from the hormonal shifts. That's why it's affecting so much of my brain. I sincerely cannot think clearly. When I tell people, it's like, I don't really feel comfortable driving right now. And I consider myself a fairly confident driver for the most part. But they're like, well, just because you don't feel good. It's like, no, it's not a matter of I don't feel good. I don't feel good, yes, but that is nothing in comparison to how my brain is being stunted at the moment. We should all be concerned with my level of oversight right now. All right, so we did the left hand with the new rotation constraints. Let's try parent constraints on the other one. Oh, wait. Okay, right, perfect example. I just said, let's do parent constraints on these. And what did I do? What did I fucking do? Literally immediately after I said it. Holy shit. Ugh. Okay. Hope for the best. I also keep getting slammed with this overwhelming need to just take a nap. That's the fatigue, though. That I am very used to. And it just doesn't help that I didn't really sleep well last night. And Bronx has been driving me crazy because she hates winter. She hates the snow. But she really likes to go outside and play, especially late at night, because there's rabbits out in the backyard and she wants to chase them. So she's been begging for me to take her out in the wee hours of the morning, which I'm usually up because I am a night owl. She last night was like, I need to go out and go pee at 4 a.m. It's like, girl, it is cold as fuck out here. You don't want to be in the snow. I don't want to be in the snow. Why are we out here? What are we doing? She does this funny thing where she tries to run and put her feet in previous footprints that there's no snow, where like it's melted from where we walked the last time. So she's got her own perfect little trail this time. So she doesn't actually have to touch the snow at all. I might have to go get myself a soda. I feel like I say that a lot on stream and then never do.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, Q. That is something I actually need to... No soda. I need to push water today. I haven't been drinking nearly enough this week. There. Half a glass of water down. Ooh, and that made me even dizzier. Oh my god, it's so bad this week. This is dumb. It's times like this that I'm glad I don't have a VTuber, because if you guys could see how much my head is lolling from one side to the other. You'd be like, yeah, no, Frag's definitely drunk right now. I'm not, I swear. I wish I would rather be drunk. Totally not drunk stream. Drunk on endo. I think I could convince young kids that endo is a new drug. Yeah, man, that shit'll fuck you up bad. Worst part, too, is I don't even like drinking. Like, the few times that I do allow myself to, like, party drink, which is maybe once a year max, Especially less now that I'm not going to New Year's parties anymore. It's fun in the moment. But I don't know if I'm a heavyweight or what. I have to drink so much to get that buzz at all. And my stomach is tiny. I cannot fit a whole lot in me. So by the time that I get a big enough drink and enough alcohol in me, it's like I'm ready to puke because I'm just too full of liquid.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch! We're talking about alcohol. You do not have to leave, no. Also, ads are about to play. No, we're talking, because I'm not drunk right now, but I feel like I'm drunk. Because I'm having the early signs of an endo flare today. So brain has been flooded with hormones it does not need nor want nor know how to process and is just drunk because of it. Fixed the Poyomi thing on the model and got the hair working. Yay! Also, hello, Kirk. How are you? Good job, Tot. That's fucking awesome. I'm proud of you. That's the kind of shit I love hearing about. Just been handling my pets is all. They've been very high maintenance today. Oh, I feel that. Pets can absolutely become a full-time job when they decide to. Wasn't entirely sure how to do the thing with the hair, but I knew that they had a bald toggle, so I kind of just looked at what they did for the bald toggle and tacked it onto the holiday hat toggle. Well, good. I'm glad it worked out. Okay, so we've changed out all of our constraints. We have parent constraints on the right hand, which is the red one, and rotation constraints on the blue hand. So let's see how they look in comparison to each other. Let's go ahead and put a go-go on here too, so that we can actually see some different poses and whatnot. The only thing I think is still messed up is the emissions on quests, which makes sense. I forgot to fuck with that, and I don't know how to, like, make it so that if you turn off the holiday pieces, it turns the default back on instead of just making him naked. So that's something VRC Fury makes a lot easier, I think. Because when I do that, I have to make sure that everything is, like, integers and that I have to go in and manually be like, hey, if this one's turned off or if this one's turned on, then turn this one on or whatever. It seems like VRC Fury has a good shortcut process for making that happen, but I don't know how it translates to Quest. Come to the realization about the character I'm making for Moon's D&D campaign that they plan to stream, and I have come to the realization that I am absurdly overpowered. As long as you guys are having fun, that's all that matters. know how to make it turn back into the pieces, but if I use that option, I can no longer turn off the coat at all if I ever wanted him to be naked. Okay, well, right away we can see that something's a little different about our hands. Looks like our right one's a bit scrunked. It looks like it's pulled the fingers up higher into the knuckles a little bit. Maybe this is why I was having so many problems with the grab pack. Well, let's see. We want to pose you. Give me your upper arm. Pull it forward. Well, no, that's still kind of going apeshit.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Kazoo. With the limited knowledge I have, I assume I'd have to, like, make another toggle for naked. Your models look so good. Thank you. Without seeing how it's set up, I'm not sure what you'd have to do. We'd have to deep dive that one. That's fun. I like that that did a little, like, up and then down and then up again. What I don't like is, why is our sound all of a sudden not working? Why is it muted? I don't like that. Did it break our sounds? Maybe if I have it turned on before we go into play mode? That was weird. I hope it didn't break them. I worked hard on those. I don't like that at all. I don't like that it broke that sound. And I'm not sure why. Why does it go backwards? So why is it not doing our sounds?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate and the big stretch. And a posture check. I'm hoping it just broke because, well, admittedly, I don't know why it would have at all. Why putting parent constraints would have done that. Sad thing is, I think I like the parent constraints better than the rotation constraint. Looks like it turned the audio off again then. Oof, okay, yeah, no. Those are not what we want at all. Was it always doing that and I just didn't fucking look? Wild. I don't think it was, actually. I can check. I took some pictures of it. It definitely was not doing that originally with the other constraints. So the constraints I was using before behaved more like the parent constraints are now. That's crazy. This is a bad thing to be doing with half a brain. Sorry, I am currently reading the creator wiki thing. I'll just copy and paste it. So this is a page that tells creators more information about these gizmos and gadgets. And I'm just reading through this page to learn more about it, which I should have done beforehand. And you can use the freeze to world animator or thing in your animations. Works best when toggled on and off with an avatar animation or world udon script. Okay. I don't think I'm clear-headed enough to fully understand all of that. Oh yeah, Frag, they announced the release date of the new Tomodachi Life game. It comes out April 16th and will cost about $50. Jesus Christ. $60 for a physical copy, although only the digital version is available for pre-orders. It's also available for both Switch 1 and Switch 2. Genuinely think this might be the first game I ever pre-order. Go for it. If that brings you joy and that's something that you want and you can afford it, go for it. All right, let's replace the ones on the right hand or the left hand. Wait. No, we're replacing the right hand. Did I get it backwards? The left hand has the ones that we like, which is the rotation constraint. So the parents are not what we want. I'm not keeping track of any of this information. I'm sorry, y'all. That's okay. We gotta redo them all anyway. Add rotation constraint. Also, you can have gay and non-binary me's. Good. I love that they are inclusive when they want to be anyway. My brain, it is turning into soup in real time. The music's probably not helping. This has definitely put you to sleep kind of music. But if I feel like I put on anything else, I'm just going to end up either overstimulating myself or... That's actually it. That's all. Before I forget, I finally got Poppy Playtime, and it was part of a buy one, get 2 or 3 sort of deal on one of the platforms. Hell yeah! So do you have all of them now? I cannot recommend enough playing it right now before the new chapter comes out, because boy howdy, they have overhauled some shit, and I am stoked. Dude, they rewrote the timeline, but canonically, like, in a way that is, like, it doesn't feel retcon-y. It feels like, holy shit, this is, like, huge. This changes everything. This is a lore drop that... I don't know. It's gonna shake shit up. That's a hell of a good deal. That's awesome, Kirk. I hope you enjoy playing them. If you haven't already. Is there a particular chapter that you're most excited for? Besides the newest one.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue. We're almost done with this glass. And there we go. 1 glass of water down.
Did you remember to say?
Aha! Now that's the
all
important
of your
one.
files?
Let me do that, because saving is vital in Unity. Don't know. I've not been caught up with the series, so I kind of just want to experience the ride. Hell yeah! Alright, well, I will tell you, straight up, only half of the fun is in the games. The games are spectacular. They are so fun. But if you really get hooked on them, don't worry, there is plenty more to consume, because they've done these wild ARGs in between chapters to keep the fandom engaged, and the one that's been ongoing right now is insane. They just dropped a new video yesterday. In fact, I think Sheep Rampage has already done a video covering the new lore that was included with it. And don't worry, you're not really missing out on anything by not keeping up with the ARGs. They make sure that everything in the game, for the most part, is explained enough that you can pretty much not need to keep up with anything outside of it. The only thing that you probably would need to know right now from the ARGs to be aware of anything happening in Chapter 5 is that we have a new character named Preston. He is one of the scientists who worked down in the labs. 3 hour of joy. And experienced the Hour of Joy and was trapped within the facility afterwards, trying to survive. And it does open with what appears to be some sort of pipe bomb. But, like, if it were made by little tykes. But yeah, do let me know how you like it as you play. I'd love to know who your favorite characters are. They're all wildly different. It's hard for me to pick a favorite. I'd actually love to go back and replay Chapter 2 myself soon, because that's one of the ones that I have not played as frequently. I think I've only played that one once. Don't know when I'll play them because my plate is so fucking full, but when I do get them, or get to them, I'll be sure to let you know what I think. Hell yeah. Oops. That's okay. Didn't mean to delete it that soon, but I did. All right, cool beans. We've fixed the rotation constraints. All right, duplicate you again. Animator. We're going to have to kill our quest version. Bet Frag would watch you stream the games. I probably would if I had time. Like, I do put you guys on to lurk when I'm working on projects if I'm not streaming myself. A lot of the time, the only reason that I don't, if I know that you guys are playing something that I enjoy like that, is because I'm just not available. Like, I know Sleepy recently was playing either Poppy or Security Breach. I think Pyro ended up playing Security Breach. And both of them invited me to join them, and I just haven't had the time to, unfortunately. Trying to figure out what to play for my 1-year anniversary, and it's been kind of tough. Well, don't stress about it. Play what you enjoy. Play something that brings you joy. Because as long as you're having fun, everyone else will have too. And hell, if they're not having fun for being there, then they're not your audience. If you're not enjoying the streamer that you're watching, go find somebody else. It's perfectly okay. It's how we want you to be. What the hell was I doing? Hands. Hands, 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 hands. Okay, animator. New guy. No, not the quest. There we go. Orange hand. No, not you. Orange hand. All right, we want to disable all of those on the right hand for when the orange hand becomes active. Speaking of Poppy Playtime, I know for sure Cougars is going to clip me screaming my ass off when I get chased. I really wish that the fandom community would make some fan games of their own, but I understand why they haven't. It's much harder to make a fan game that's not a FNAF fan game, because a FNAF fan game can be done with, like...
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Fubar. That was a good reminder to save. We needed that. But FNAF games are usually like, look left, look right, hit middle button, hit up button, hit this button to put mask on. They're very simplistic in nature, so it's a lot easier to make a fan game for that. Making a game where you actually have to walk around and, like, just, heck, rebuilding this kind of a grab pack mechanic in general. Why are you giving the middle finger? What is that all about? Why did you start doing that all of a sudden, buddy? Did I miss one of your constraints?
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch! That's your left hand. Hold on. What is going on? Why is that hand all weird? Your pinky's fucked up too. Could make a FNAF game on a Commodore 64 without issue. Probably could. Makes a fan game that is a Poppy version of FNAF. I'd play it. Hi, Kohi. I'm doing good, with the exception of just really fighting that brain fog today. But I hope you've been doing well. I really don't like that. I don't know why it's doing that either. Is the other one doing it? I'm afraid we're going to get it stuck in the animator pose if we do, but... Yeah, he does it too. Hmm. You are T-posing, though, so it's not that. Wait.
Security alert! Security alert!
Wait.
Snake of Lava Fire has raided the channel with 4 eggs.
Welcome, Snake. How was your stream? Thank you for the boops. And welcome, friends of Snake. We are currently working in Unity trying to make a Poppy Playtime player with a functional grab pack for VRChat. But right now we're having a little bit of an issue with the left hand for some reason. It is not moving correctly. So we'll delete our duplicate. Go back to our left hand. And I guess we're just going to get rid of the rotation constraints on...
Did you remember to save all of your files?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, baby.
We got a boomer!
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you for the love bomb, Snake. Getting my ass handed to me on War Thunder. It's alright, it builds character. If there was to be a Poppy fan game I'd play, would be a fan game where you have to try and survive the hour of joy in real time with adaptive AIs that learn from what you do. So if you keep hiding in lockers, they'll start searching for them. I would love that. That's essentially all that Project Playtime is. Or could be, I should say. All right, we're going to re-add our rotation constraints. To our middle finger and our pinky finger. What I'm hoping this will do is replace anything that was bugged out and make them work as they should again. Because they worked fine before. All right, back into... Well, duplicate this guy again. And for you, we turn you off. Go back, grab you, our duplicate. Slap our animator on you. Go to our animation. Preview. There we go. Now we got fixed fingies. I don't know what was up with that. Okay. Now, we want to see if we can disable all of those that we just made as part of this animation. All right. I don't know if it's going to let us do that. It says that we can. Oh. Why are you locked? Oh, why are you all locked? Okay, hold on. We have to test that. Well, our sound works again. That's good. Well, hold on. Okay. Still kind of just going ape shit. But the sound works again, so I'm not gonna flog a gift horse in the mouth with this. I could picture it being a game that has you and up to 3 other players who have to survive, and it'd be up to you all if you try to work together to survive or if you sabotage your friends to increase your own chance of survival. I like that. I think that an hour of joy survival game would be a really good concept for them to do as like a mini one-off thing. Which may possibly be in our future, but I doubt it. They have licensed to have a new multiplayer game. I forget what they licensed under the copyright, but it had something to do with their new Inside Outimals. I kind of forget all the details for that. All right. Animation. We need to animate you. Or your orange hand. Toggle the animation thing. We are going to turn all of these constraints off, and it's probably not going to like us for that. Especially because it doesn't have a label in our animator of what is happening here. That does not bode well. Oh, wow. Hello, Void, and welcome, Buzzy the Fuzzy Huzz. We are glad to have you here. Okay, so we've turned off all of the rotation constraints for the orange hand. Which means if that does carry through, we're going to have to turn on all of them for our other hands. But we'll see. It looks like it worked, but we've got some red going on up here, which means it's probably not going to. Because when I go into our preview of the animation, the hand is flat, which is what we want. So now we've got to pose it a little bit. We want to do this on our pseudo bones, not our real hand bones. So MP Alien Isolation, but Poppy Playtime? Yes! Yes, that exactly. They could do that, and then they could take a darker route with it too. Like, they could go into the mature game category if they really wanted to, but they're never going to because they got to get that kid money. All right. Base of the thumb. We want... Oh, the hard part's... I gotta fix the bounding box issue. It's gonna be a pain otherwise. I'm gonna cock the thumb back out a little bit. We want to grab our pinky finger and start curling it into a fist. And our ring finger, we're going to do the same.
Bet I can smash that.
POV Huggy looking at the player. Misheard it, kinky finger. How is Moss the corn raptor today? I don't want to be the corn raptor. If Mop was to do the game, you know that they'd add a shit ton of cosmetics that you'd have to pay for. Honestly, I'm okay with that. Because cosmetics are what they are. They are cosmetics. They are not mandatory. They are not necessary. If that is the one reason you're playing a game, then you probably are prone to having a gambling problem. It's the game that should appeal to you, not the multitude of payable accessories. Like, accessories are fun. They're good for self-expression and whatnot. But if you can't play the game and have fun with just the game as is, what is the point? Still think of corn when talking about Vor Survivor. No. I have too many friends that are into Vor for that to be a thing. Alright, we're gonna scooch the middle finger up a little bit towards the other finger. Just a smidge. We want them to kind of look like they've fused. Should I just have that one curl down too? I know that's not accurate, but I kind of like just the one finger. What do you guys think? Then there's the one friend who despises the topic. See, that's the thing, though. It's not just one topic. It's, as we've learned, it is spread through a multitude of things. It's not limited to just the concept of what you think Vor is, because Vor is a different concept. It's a quantum concept, we've learned. Too many friends into Vor wasn't a sentence I would believe to hear someday. See, that's the fun and freeing thing about being a non-judgmental person. I don't give a fuck what people do, what they're into. I genuinely don't care. If you do like the weirdest, kinkiest shit on earth, as long as you're a good person and not harming people, that's literally all I ask. So I've made a ton of friends And I'm very comfortable both with myself and with them. And I provide a space for people to be comfortable with themselves.
If you become
So it's
lightheaded
very
from
common for
thirst, feel free
things
to
like
pass out.
kinks to just come out of the woodwork. If you're into a weird kink and it's not my thing, I don't give a fuck. It doesn't affect me. More power to you. I'm here to support. So if you're into a thing that I'm not, like vor or feet or whatever, sure, have at it. I'll find a way to make jokes about it. I'll have a fun time. Just don't push it upon me in a way that makes me uncomfortable. But as mentioned with vor being a quantum concept, vor can be the idea of eating somebody, it can be the idea of being eaten, it can be being inside a mouth, it can be the idea of absorbing something or someone. It doesn't even have to have mouth involvement. It can be the idea of the belly expanding. It can have nothing to do with the mouth. In fact, it doesn't even have to be related to just the stomach. You can vor things with a boob. You can vor things with a butt cheek, with a dick. There's dick vor. I didn't know that. But it's an omnipresent thing that I feel has managed to manifest in some way, shape, or form in every weird human on Earth, and I love that. I have friends with weird kinks, and I'm also the person that slides into their DMs with the shit that pops up on my Blue Sky feed, like, they'd like this. Yeah! See, that's the joy of it, because when you rewire your brain to no longer react with disgust or hatred, like when you've made peace with your reasons for not being into that thing and not really wanting that thing, it becomes so much easier to appreciate a person who is into that thing, because now you can rewire that frustration of, oh, this thing is here now in front of me and it's a thing that I'm not into. Now you can rewire it and be like, oh shit, that's a thing that my friend is into, and I think it's hilarious that I'm not into it, and I'm gonna send it to them right now. It's gonna make them happy, it's gonna make me happy. It's a win-win. Topic always goes back to feet, doesn't it, Frag? It does. People forget about the kink tomato? I don't know about the kink tomato. Wish my dad would do that. So that's the thing. That's where a lot of the intolerant mindset comes from. It comes from step one, oh no, topic in question has elicited an uncomfortable response from person. We'll call him, I don't know, me. I'm just going to represent person right now. So here I am, me, la-di-da, minding my own business, perusing the internet, or minding my own business at Walmart. And now I see something, a concept, a mere thought exists that has elicited a negative response in my brain. It can be something as simple as seeing a person wearing a shirt that I don't like, or dressing a way that I don't like, or speaking a way that I don't like. It can be the representation of a movie cover, of something I don't like. Whatever it is, it has elicited a negative response from me. Step one. Most people skip this, but step one to that should be asking yourself the question, why? Why did I just have this response to this thing? Because if it's a harmless thing, and more importantly, fictional, but if it's a harmless thing that is doing nothing physically or mentally damaging to anyone, and you're still getting that reaction, it's a you problem. And we need to sit down and unpack that. Instead, though, 99% of people will feel that discomfort and not even question it. They just think, ugh, I don't like that. Oh, ew, that's gross. Ew, I don't like that thing. That thing must be bad. That is the only thing that crosses their mind. And then they proceed forward with that mentality and never question why they don't like it. Or if they do question why they don't like it, it is purely in the sense to further validate the reasons why they don't like it instead of actually explore and question why. Once you ask yourself why, you can figure out the reason. And now it's not going to elicit that response anymore because now you're aware. Now you can see, actually the reason why I don't like that this person over here is dressing like a woman is because the concept of gender as a whole is something that I don't have a firm grasp on. And them expressing it in a way that doesn't adhere to my norms puts my way of living into question to myself. That disrupts my mentality. So that's why that's upsetting to me. It's not the person in the outfit dressing how they want to be that's upsetting me. It's the fact that they felt confident enough to do that regardless of the social norms. They disrupted something that was normal to me and made me question what's normal as a whole. And they did so in a way that was so innocent and so simple and so unassuming that it destroyed my entire mental process in this moment. So all I could think was angry, frustrated. Something's not right here. But instead of recognizing that that's the problem, we then fall down this avalanche of projection of, well, how come you're allowed to do that? You're not allowed. Society says you're not supposed to. You're wrong. You're breaking the rules. You're not supposed to be doing that. And I think I'm in control of these rules because I've lived by them for so long, and it makes me uncomfortable that you're doing something different than what I'm used to. So I need to take back that control by trying to control somebody else instead of recognizing that the problem actually, oopsie poopsie, this whole time was me. It's my way of thinking. It's me being upset that somebody else is doing something that I've never been allowed to do. Maybe I didn't even have an interest in doing it, but it did disrupt something. It disrupted what I felt was normal, and therefore I've had to fall apart and make it everybody else's problem because I'm not going to fix myself. Because I don't think I'm the problem, but you are. Nothing like that should ever, ever, ever force somebody else to try and control somebody else. It doesn't affect you. It doesn't control you. It becomes a trigger if we ignore it. If something makes you uncomfortable, we need to talk about it. If it still makes you uncomfortable after we've talked about it, it's because we're not done talking about it. I've been through an entire decade of therapy now, and that's been one of the hardest things to learn. Not hard because it's difficult to learn, hard because it means having to confront things that you might not like about yourself. It means having to confront ways of thinking that you may not like that you do. It means that sometimes you have to admit to yourself, actually, I think I might be being a little bit of a douchebag with this way of thinking. And that's okay. We're human. We're raised in a pretty fucked up society. That's part of growing. So, rant aside, ads are going to play any minute here. Only reason why... Oh, wait, hold on. So many subsets of vor, and not all of them are sexual either. 100%. That's why I said that it's a quantum concept. Only reason why the topic grosses me out is because of a past experience where someone tried to force it onto me in a roleplay and did not listen when I tried telling them that it was making me uncomfortable. That's perfectly valid. And that's that person's fault for doing that to you. They should never have done that. That is a boundary that should have been respected from the get-go. And having an uncomfortable response to that being present definitely makes sense. But hopefully it's something that you're able to also recognize that it's going to be an omnipresent thing. It's going to exist in the world. It is not harmful. unless it is being pushed past a boundary like that, in which case it is harmful. But it's the pushing past the boundary that's the harmful part, not the thing itself. Might just be a fanfic writer thing. The acronym stands for "Your kink is not my kink, and that's okay." I don't 100% know where the folks got kink tomato from. What? Hi, Stevie. Good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. I said this before, you are a very smart person, Frag, and I appreciate it. Also, sorry if I made it a little too deep, but it's good to not let those thoughts build up. No, not at all, Kirk. You didn't make anything too deep. If anything, I'm the one who's reading way more into it than I need to, but that's because this is a very philosophical kind of topic. And I'm very big into that sort of thing. I literally sit there and think about this stuff all the time. Hi, D. Cruz. I has. Hope you've been doing well, too. Yeah, I've been doing pretty good. Not to mention, I was still technically a minor when it happened, and I'm okay with people being into stuff like that. It's just that I'd rather not be physically involved with it. Perfectly fine. 100%. And that's a very important boundary to know. I'm still torn over this finger. What do you mean rotation constraint active missing? Oh no. Okay, don't lose that again. I'm going to try it. I'm going to fold it in and see how I feel about it. I'm really curious to know how that's going to look. We might need to adjust the position of the hand itself a little more. I think it looks good with the two merged. Something about how the barrel of a pistol has the main barrel and then the secondary tubing thing below. Yeah, the normal flare hand uses the two. My big concern with it on mine is because I've restylized the hand to be more toony. It's not actually sculpted to look like a gun, because the other hand does look much more like a gun. I'm thinking that I'm just gonna give this one a try. If I don't like it, it'll be an easy thing to undo. Actually, we can go ahead and put our particle system on there too from our previous attempts. Where did we put that one? It's probably on our third version. Did I put it on the left? Oh, hiccup, sorry. Okay, good. I didn't put it on that one. God. All right, I'm going to package these, I think. You think the one finger looks better, then do the one finger. Honestly, the hand design does make me think the finger bang would be with one finger and not two. Yeah, I think I'm going to change it depending on how I feel about it in game. Like how it feels in my hand based off that. Okay, there's our orange hand particle system. And our electric hand particles. Looks like Red Dead Redemption 2 will be fully downloaded come morning for me. A little annoyed that it's taken over 2 days worth of downloading and still not being done. That is crazy. Let's collapse you. We're gonna go ahead and kill you again. We don't want your real hand, we want your fake hand, we want your pointer finger. And we are going to put our particle system for... Hello? Where did it go? Oh, I didn't package those, that's why. I don't know where the other one went, though. Oh, it was there. It just didn't look like a little package prefab thing. Why are you red now? Okay, whatever. That one's... we're not using that one anymore anyway, so... Alright, new player. Pointer finger. And then on your actual hand, we want to put our electric hand particle system. That's your left hand. This is a silly idea I just had, Frag, but what if you had the unused hands chilling on the grab pack and they could swap places as you swap hands? Oh, you mean like have them dangling from somewhere? Kind of like Pokeballs? Because I'm actually undecided on how I wanted to redo the way that their hands work. As a toy line, which this is not how the player actually is in-game. I had redesigned this to be an in-game toy series, so it's not a human anymore. Which is why the arms are part of the gun grab pack itself. But my original thought for it was that they would, like this piece could kind of, like, be a rubber of some sort instead of a hard metal. And that they could actually just, like, pull the whole hand inside and store it somewhere inside of themselves. Like, there's, like, a rack of hands in the chest. But I don't know. I never fully really thought it through. There's a lot of different ways you could go about it. What order did we get the hands in? First it was red hand, then it was green. Then purple? Red, green, purple, gun. No, I think my predictions of us getting fist hand might actually come true. Because they're teasing a new character. Admittedly, I'm not a big fan of. Hopefully I'll like him. It's not my type of character at all. It looks like it's gonna be a much larger, much bulkier, much more gorilla-esque version of a Huggy Wuggy. It's definitely thicker, which is not my brand. But He looks like he's gonna be kind of a bit of a brick shithouse, which means, I think, he's gonna punch shit. And I'm thinking we're gonna get a punch hand. Yeah, it's another Wuggy of some sort. All we've seen is the arms. Hold on. If you guys have seen the ARG, I'll post a picture real quick. So this is going to be in show and tell. I'm going to put a spoiler over it for anyone who does care, but it is something that's been out for a bit. It is available through the ARG. If you aren't familiar with how to follow the ARG, it's the official Poppy Playtime Discord server. Show and tell. Yeah. He's very chonky. But see, thing is, I'm not into gorillas. They're one of my least favorite animals. Not because there's anything wrong with them. They're just not for me. So I don't think I'm going to be particularly interested in this character. The thing that I liked about the Wuggies so much is that they behave more like spider monkeys. And I think spider monkeys are fucking hilarious. They got them long, overly gangly arms. Wuggy on steroid. Anchor arms huggy. I'm excited to see what we're gonna get. I'm a little scared over whatever new hands we're gonna unlock. Just because I know there's gonna be an expectation for me to add it to the player avatar. I haven't seen a single fan design for what this character could look like that I've just even remotely liked. I don't know what it is. There's some characters that just don't hit the mark for me. It's not that they're bad character designs, it's just they don't fall into the category of like my blorbos. Just a gun. Player acquired Glock. Can't judge. My Blorbo has Charizard syndrome, which is so funny because Charizard was also one of your Blorbos. Saw it and just thought, okay, so Red Huggy that has the same body shape as Doughy. Yeah. I don't want to say that that's what they did. I want to have hope that what they've hidden behind there is going to be more unpredictable. Especially because we haven't had any leaks that have indicated something like this. That I'm aware of anyway. Like, he can't just be a fat Huggy. He's got to be more than that. Because we've also got the batshit insane Snow White Barbie Miss Delight looking lady. That's another one that's been teased from the ARG. I can link the video to that one. It's not very clear, but here, I'll show a picture of her. The only thing that we see about her is very distorted live-action video footage. Okay. So this is probably not, like, the legit file. Oh wait, no, this one looks higher quality. Okay, the file itself was not a very high quality file to begin with. So in the ARG, we are given a handful of files from someone who supposedly in the ARG is still in the factory. We don't know who they are. They are going by the username Seeing Reason. And it's implied that they may be human, they may be female. And for whatever reason, they are trying to investigate what's going on the surface. They are trapped underneath of the factory, though, in the lower levels. It's confusing what their relationship is with the other creatures, because when offered a couple of interactions with people, they did mention that they know of named characters like Mommy and Catnap. They specifically mentioned that Catnap has written letters down to them before. So a little bit of teasing on that. I'm speculating that it's probably Lily. I think Lily's going to be a little bit of an unstable ally. But there's the video in question that was revealed from Lily, or not Lily, from Seeing Reason through this ARG. Supposedly, if given different formats for this file that she sent us, it would turn into an image of the Lullaby Room, which is the new setting that we have been teased. It would also show us this video if it was converted to an MP4. And a couple of other things I don't remember. But from that, we also were given a password to another part of the ARG to access further stuff. Go watch Sheep Rampage's video. He covers most of it. But yeah, they've been feeding us well when it comes to this ARG. All right, well, we've got our controller now. Let's duplicate you once more. Throw our animator on.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Good reminder. Thank you. All right, purple hand's good. We don't need to do anything for that. However, I think we are going to need to reactivate all of those constraints for all of the other hands. So let's do that. Just in the off chance that they are turned off when switching from the flare hand to the rest. I don't know if I should do it this way or if I should have done it the enabled or is active. We'll do it this way first, since that's how we did it for disabling it. Now, save a little bit of time by we can just copy. Oh, for fuck's sake. Just copy this. And paste it with all of our other animations. Okay. New clip. Green trigger on. Green trigger off. And then we want to do the same thing for the gun. Actually, flare, shoot, active. Flare, shoot, inactive. That one's going to need a little bit of different setup. Because that one's going to be a trigger. How did I do that before? Oh, okay, that wasn't too bad. All right, we're going to take all of our other animations too for the left hand and duplicate them and mirror them. So R idle, R retract long, R extended, R extend long, R extend fast. And for the flare gun, we need to set that one active for a set amount of time. So we need to have the animation last for a full 5 seconds. And then turn off. We'll let it go 5 and 1 second. That way it should completely... Are you making brain rots? I am not. My brain is currently rotting, trying to make this, but I am not making brain rot. At least not attempting to. No, I'm making a Poppy Playtime player avatar with a functional grab pack, moderately functional anyway, for VRChat. Right now we're working on getting the different hands to be doing all of their different functions, like shooting off flares and whatnot. All right, let's get our left hand animations, and we're just going to duplicate all of those exact to our right hand. Except we are going to, let me hide the Huggy video again. It's just kind of in the way right now. But we're going to do the exact same thing as we've done in the past, where we're just going to go through our armature and rename everything that has an L with an R. And unfortunately, I cursed myself with this whole thing because I made so many bones. Probably didn't need to. Probably had so many other different ways I could have done this, but this is the way that I went with because this is what I know. And one day in the future, I'll hopefully know more and can try to recreate it a better way. Better is speculative. Different way is what I should say. Now we're at a point where I can't see them. It's getting close to nap time for me, so I believe this is where I say good night, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful time and to get plenty to eat and drink.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
And thank you for the hydrate cue. I hope that you have a good nap. I am dreaming of one myself. Hopefully when I wake up, Red Dead Redemption 2 will finally be downloaded. Fingers crossed! Now, at this point, I think what I'm going to do is just copy and just start manually inputting these. We can go no further. All right, so we have our idle R active. Oh boy, it's gonna take a minute. Too many stream cancellations in all corners I'm in today. Uh-oh. There's something going on? Just bad luck is all. Gnarly canceled hers because she has a migraine. I was afraid I was going to get one of those today. It's still possible, but so far it doesn't seem to be happening. I'm thankful for that. I had to cancel mine today because of my pets being an absolute hassle. Sometimes that's just what it calls for. God knows how many times Bronx has disrupted stream. Wait, what do you mean L? That should have been R. There you go. Okay. We need the R extended. Extended long. All right, let's do extended long. Posture check. Hi, Kolar. Thank you for that. I'm definitely leaning off to the side here. All right, we'll go back to one of our previous animations to get the longer path for 14. And back to our extended. And converting all of them to right. You have time to lean, you have time to code. I wish I were smart enough to be coding right now. I keep telling myself all of my problems will be solved when I learn how to do coding. But I feel like that's a very ignorant thought process. Because I told myself the exact same thing when I said I'd figure out how constraints work. But before I can fully utilize constraints, I need to understand how IK works. And if you want to make a cherry pie from scratch, you must first invent the universe. Just reminded me of that post you DM'd me. Yeah. That's ignorant. I spent all of my knowledge points on Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm sorry. I didn't get the mathtism. I got the hedgehogtism. Okay, there's our extended long. What do we have now? Just extended? Ooh, there's dizziness. Why did that first one not take? Well, ads are going to play in about a minute. I am sorry that today is a much quieter stream than usual, but it never hurts to just have a low-key day. I try to keep things a little bubbly and exciting for people most of the time, but today we just got a vibe. Yeah, exactly. Get that nostalgic 80s vibe going. Back when friendship was all you needed to solve all your problems. All right. Now, I highly doubt we're going to get lucky enough to have all of these animations be mirrored just from that alone. Odds are we're probably going to have to go and mirror the actual positioning themselves. Am I younger than you? I'm turning 32 in May, if that makes any difference. Damn. So it does appear that it's a little borked. Oh no. Should hopefully just be a matter of taking the negative out of all of the Y's. Uh-oh. Oh no. You're not going to be that simple, are you? Well, that's great. Nah, see, that's the whole point, though. It's not that it's nostalgia for when you were there. It's nostalgia for what you thought it was when you were growing up. No one has real nostalgia for the 80s. The 80s fucking sucked, dude. The only thing people are nostalgic for about the actual 80s is the economy. It's the idealization. I might not be able to do this part. Hmm. It's not. Oh, this sucks. This sucks. Now I know what you guys feel like, because this looks. I can't even read what I'm looking at right now. I could read it when I wrote it, but I can't read it now. Not with my brain where it currently is. That sucks. That's what I really don't get is why does it go back like that? Shouldn't be a weight painting issue. Okay, yeah, no, that's not a weight painting issue. That is purely that bone not where it's supposed to be. Why are you going way back like that? It's your ex that is wrong. Why do you drift away? Okay. Thank goodness that that's all that needs. What is that little speck down there? Wee. Oh, hi, Sleepy. I'm living up to your name today. I'm extra eepy. What is happening with that fizzbone? Oh, wait a minute. Your fizzbone is not correct. Aha! You are still transforming the hand and you should not be. Stop it. Get some help. You at least have your floor collider? You don't. Okay, now you do. Don't like that you're drifting backwards. And sideways. The fuck is going on? Why are you over there? Oh, crap. Okay. That means that the retract is going to be the exact same ones that we have to trade. Yes. So that means that you become negative or positive, and you become positive. Wait, was it that simple on you? Okay. Once again, we are starting from the wrong spot, so we reverse these two.
Security alert! Security alert!
Creative!
Creative Dragonling has raided the channel with 6 eggs.
Welcome. Hope you're faring well. My goodness, thank you for the follow.
Sindleravari can now hatch from their egg.
Let's get you a shout out. If you guys like what I'm doing today with all of this avatar work, you guys are gonna absolutely love Creative Dragonling stuff. I know I've flaunted the Lucifer avatar that they have made several times to show people their amazing
TV
work.
Teddy can now hatch from their egg.
Just spent way too long making ducks for all of the sins. Wow, that's such a cool idea. Actually, I just saw the updated, what is it, the 2.0 version? You can thank my little green raptor down there running across the screen. That's Tot. Tot has been keeping me up to date on all of your progress and whatnot, and it looks so fucking good. The new hat toggles really got a giggle out of us. Also, thank you for the follow, TV Teddy. Not only are we enjoying him as an avatar, we're enjoying seeing the process that you go through with all the things that you're creating for him. It is. I laughed my ass off as soon as it was huge, but then I saw there was a shrink toggle for it too. Actually, Creative, I don't know if you'd be interested sometime, but I would love to take a picture of your Lucifer with my Adam to show off the baby carrier toggle that I made for Adam. I will absolutely credit you and throw people your way with him. But if you're okay with that, I would love to include a picture of him. Tot's the reason. Tot and Kevin are the two reasons why I made the baby carrier toggle on Adam in the first place. I don't think I've shared any images of that just yet. We're still gonna, this weekend, we're hoping to take all of the video footage to show all of Adam's toggles and show him in action so that we can start making his debut video and actually have him for sale soon. But let me get one of the images here from when we were testing. We don't have a lot yet.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
There we go. There's Kolar helping me test it. Fun fact, someone the other day was like, you should add a hat size toggle, and the grin on my face as I said, you're never gonna believe this. It's funny too, because like, yeah, there's an actual seat. It's got an adjustment on it too, so that you can, if an avatar doesn't fit perfectly in the baby seat, you can adjust it on the avatar to lower or raise or scoot back the seat to make them line up a little better. I think we had a different one of Kevin, or that Kevin had taken of Mew. Let me see. Where did we put it? In the VRChat channel? Ah, I'll have to find it another time. Did you ever figure out whatever was going on with the POV for PC? Yes. So turns out, Part of the reason is because you were using OVR Toolkit. Or anyone who is using OVR Toolkit, it has a harder time recognizing where you are spatially. And then the other reason is because on certain platforms, because there are synchronization issues, sometimes you just have to jump out, jump in, jump out, jump in. Because again, it has a hard time for some reason figuring out where your avatar's armature is positioned in comparison to your POV. So again, if you have like go on, or if you are leaning over or whatever, if you're not sitting with your headset straight up and down, it will probably struggle a little bit. And that's just because you were trying to take two separate moving objects and adhere them together while both in motion. And even the slightest little motion can cause them to like yeet your POV out of your body. So you just get out of the seat and get back into it a couple times, and eventually it sorts itself out. Yeah. No, you're usually in some sort of nonchalant, laid-back, resting position. Creative, I'm gonna have to send you some footage or something of Tot in your Lucy, because it's become like their second skin for me. Oh, hey, Pho. I'm not sure if there are any other of the idols we need to fix here. Maybe? Let me check that. Nope, that one's still way off at one point. There we go. Stumped on whether to draw or not? You know I'm going to tell you to draw. Why do you keep flipping on me? Is it because, am I clicking out of it before it accepts it? That might be the case. No, it took it that time. Where are you going on that one, buddy? Yeah, draw Ebola. Oh, what are you going to draw, Cinder? Oop, didn't mean to create a new clip then. All right, now we got to go into our animator and take this fun mess of spaghetti and actually recreate this on the right hand. Oh, Tot, by the way, are you, if you're, let me know when you're looking and I can tell you about that thing that we were talking about. A cube. A cube is a good thing to draw. One of the first pieces of art I ever got put into a gallery was a 3-dimensional cube. Now, granted, it was very generous. I was in elementary school, but regardless, that's what they said they liked. Oh man, you're gonna make me copy all of it? Oh my god, look at all those little ducks! Creative! I love them! That's so fucking cute! I'm shocked that they don't make these already as buyable plushies. Because I immediately want all of them. These are amazing. Are they just, oh, are they gonna just follow? If they follow him in the little trail, I'll die. That's so cute. Hold on, let me, do you mind if I pull this up on stream for anyone who doesn't have the context? Okay. So for anyone who is not in our Discord, Creative just shared this. Which are the ducks that they were working on. Look at them all! They're so cute! Man, good job on Leviathan, too. I wouldn't have known what to even do for that.
Oh, this is beautiful.
This is beautiful. That was for you, Creative. Little baby ducklings. She was easy. I already had a vision. Mammon was the real monster. He always is. All those straight lines, the fucker. All right. All I'm doing here, by the way, since I know I've skimmed over this a little bit, I did not do this setup on stream because of how much trial and error it required, but I am recreating it on the right hand. So we did the left hand off stream last weekend, and now I'm just taking the same exact layout. I literally just copied and pasted it, and I am swapping everything. So all of our parameters that say left, I've made right versions. And so we're saying left hand trigger equals 1, or not equals 1. JK, right hand trigger not equals 1. Left hand trigger equals 1. JK, right hand trigger equals 1. So we're going to do that for all of them. We're also going to replace all of the animations from the left version to the right version. And then we are also going to incorporate all of the sound triggers with the VRC animator play audio. But that will go on last. And this should very easily have it convert all of the stuff we did for the left hand onto the right hand, and then the right hand's going to get a second set of controlling programming bullshit for doing the swap between all the different hands. Okay, and we'll double check to see if we missed any. Nope, we got them all. Now we'll go in and replace our left animations with our right animations. And I did not do myself any favors by organizing them this time. I should have. Normally I do. Okay, now we just need our sounds. And those I'm going to have to do pretty manually. Oh, wait, no. Oh, huh. We don't have to do it at all. It copied them over. Yay. Oh, it saves me so much time not having to do that. All right, well, we'll save the name to R on all of these. And that means that our right hand is pretty much done with the exception of the controller, which if I had been smart and duplicated the left one, but that's okay. What do we have our parameters set for? Long hand is 2, fast hand is 1. Long hand, 2. Fast hand is 1. And then our other hands are a submenu, so now we should be able to test this. And everything should be mirrored perfectly between the two of them. And we'll preempt it. Actually, no, we don't have to change the direction since it's just a test. Right hand. Fast trigger. That's the left hand. Nope. You are still misaligned. You are not misaligned. That was kind of a weird little blip at the end. Why does it do... Does the left one do that? No. Oh. Well, now you're not doing it anymore. Okay. Seems like it works. With the exception of the regular... Yeah, that one's off a bit. We gotta fix that. Easy peasy. That would be our fast. How many times are you gonna be the one to mess up? Why are you up there? Come here. Small thing. You are slightly misaligned, it seems. Bo over here, Lightning McQueen of art. Alright, let's try that again, see if that fixed it. Go into play mode, right hand, fast trigger, fist. Alright, so my only thought here is, do I want it to naturally recoil like that? Or do I want it to stay extended until it recoils? Because if you hold the fist, it's just going to keep looping. It shouldn't. I can actually fix that right now. But it'll do the one little cycle. No loops. Yeah, doesn't loop anymore. Shouldn't have done that in the first place. But it will only play the release or the retraction sound once you let go of fist. And I could change that. I could have it so that when you activate fist, it extends and stays fully out and erect. And then when you close fist, it retracts. The only problem is the longer you have it held, the more stiff it's going to be. There's no fizz bones. It seems to work better. Hello? Just needed a soft second to reset there, I guess. Alright. Good enough for now. We can always fine-tune that later. Let's save. And start working on our other hand animations. So we're going to need some parameters. Actually, how do we want to set those up? These are all going to be integers. Except for you, you will be a bool. Didn't really want you there, but sure. Okay. Right hand. Hand. Okay. Green hand contact. Need a bool. Green hand contact. Purple hand. Flare hand. Flare hand. Toggle. Flare hand toggle. Okay. Can we set this one to 0? We can. So red hand is 1, green hand is 2, purple hand is 3, flare hand is 4, and omni hand is 5. Okay. Now over here on our layers, we are going to make a new layer. Right hand hands. Pop you back over here with your buddy. All right. How do we want to start this? I guess our neutral is our red hand, so that'll be our base. Well, no, we should go with no hand being our base. Let's see. No hand. What did I mean? That right hand off? No, that's omni. Right hand off. And let's get all of our other hands here. Orange, red, purple, green. It's orange again. Omni. So red, green, purple, Omni. All right, and we're going to make these all like instant transformations. I don't think they need to have much of a delay.
Alert! Security alert!
Welcome, Pyro!
Pyrospino has raided the channel with 8 eggs.
Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing?
Percival Silver Dragon 1000 can now hatch from their egg.
Aw, thank you for the follow, Percival. And hello, Blizzard. And everyone else who has come along. Thank you so much for stopping by, Pyro. How was your stream? What were you guys doing?
It's Saw Ruby can now hatch from their egg.
Oh, and thank you for the follow, Ruby. We are currently doing a bunch of programming for the project, or Poppy Playtime, whichever one you prefer, player avatar that I am making for VRChat. So we've been messing around with the hand gestures so far. Ignore that. That's something we just set up, that it's going to be having a mess there, but we're working on these toggles for the hands to actually work like they do in-game. And now we are working on setting up the different alternating hands. Finished off Security Breach, main gameplay. Had a bit of trouble getting the VIP fire ending, but got all of the rest, including the Afton ending. Hell yeah! Good on ya! So every experience playing Security Breach is very different. I would love to hear about any of the glitches that you got to experience during your run. Was there anything game-breakingly bad that caused you to have to restart a run? Technically 5, but I met the criteria for the VIP fire ending, but the game did not give it to me. The mazer size puzzle. Did it break on you? That puzzle is absolutely insanely hard to figure out, but once you do figure out how it works, it becomes very easy. It's just probably one of the worst ways I've ever seen anybody in a game introduce a mechanic. Didn't break it per se, just rebooted the game. Hello, Eldersaurus! It's so nice to see you. Wih! How are you? I'm doing good. I'm unfortunately facing the warning signs of an endo flare right around the corner, but it hopefully won't be too bad this time around. The brain fog has been the worst of it today. That and the vertigo. I keep getting really dizzy. But I have certainly had worse, so I am thankful that it's not as bad as it could be. Right hand equals 1. Right hand not equal 1. Right hand equals 2. Right hand not equal 2. Right hand equals 3. Not equal 3. Equals 4. Not equals 4. And equals 5. Not equals 5. Now, because we've already got that set up over here in our controller, odds are it should work. So it should start us by default with no hand whatsoever on the right hand, which is, I might reverse that. I might swap that between the base red. During the Afton ending, Monty and Roxy did show up, but Chica, for better or worse, did not. Still got the ending. Hell yeah! By the way, Frag, next time you go live and I'm able to make it, I will be... Oh, it will be a 40 stream streak. Hell yeah! I have a lot of admiration for you guys for being able to upkeep that. I don't know how you guys can multitask as much as you do. One of these days, Moss, we should meet and hang out in VRC, because I have VRC on my phone. I've been sticking with public Mizuzune avatar I got from Prismix, Avatar Search World. That's a good avatar. That was one that inspired me very early on to want to learn how to do edits and stuff to avatar bases, because it was so beautiful. Let's go check our avatar now and see how it works. We've got our no hand confirmed. Right hand, hands. We've got no hand, red hand, green hand, purple hand, and flare hand. And flare hand is a little busted. I see we've got our pose kind of working, but it's not disabling our constraints. And I didn't think about this until now, but we actually need to disable our triggers for when the flare hand is active, because otherwise it can shoot off and the flare hand can't do that.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you for the reminder to save. Hello, Rosie. I would be live tonight with something special, but of course work had to do something stupid that caused me to get home much later than I wanted. Aww.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Wee. Thank you for the hydrate too, Rosie. This looks so intuitive, like intimidating levels. I could completely understand that, because with how much I've had to learn to get to this point, this is a few years in. But none of it's, I would say none of it's very hard in its individual points. It's just a lot to learn. That's all. I mean, I always say things like, just now, I don't know much about constraints yet. That's something I'm actively learning as we are doing this, because you can see we've got one finger kind of pointed out, kind of sticking out. That's supposed to be sticking down completely. And it's the constraints that are tying these bones together to the invisible hand that is the real hand of the avatar that is causing that to be a problem. I'm not entirely sure what it is that's not running correctly. So we got to do some trial and error to figure out what it is so we can fix it. Will the hands be able to shoot out with this 3D model? Yes. So one thing you can't see right now, because I haven't set up the animation for it, but that's what we're going to do next, is add the triggers for the green and the flare hand. So let's do that now. So we're just going to go over here and we're going to add a bool for our right hand. Got our flare hand. And our green hand. And for this, we want to have our flare inactive and active. These are animations that we recorded earlier. So inactive is going to be its normal state. Actually, hold on. We got to do this one a little differently. So this is our trigger off state. And then we'll also have our trigger on state, which will be our inactive. So trigger off. Have our conditions lead back to one another. Again, this can be timeless because it doesn't have any kind of transition times that it needs to switch the trigger off or on. We're going to set the flare hand toggle to true when it becomes active and to false to turn it off. However, when it is active or inactive, this is its waiting state. This is when the gun is prepared to shoot at any moment. It just needs to receive the information that activates it. So for that, we want that to be gesture right equals 2. And to turn it off is gesture right not equals 2. And the reason we picked 2 is because for our hand controls up here, for our gestures, our fist is, I'm sorry, we don't want it 2. Our fist is 1. So our fist, anytime the player makes a fist, they are activating the gesture right equals 1 parameter. So we want our character to shoot every time that they do that. So we're going to set that to 1. I think I had it set as 2 originally. Now, we do want to include that it has an exit time. We want this to shoot the full animation. And this is the part where I usually fuck it up because I can't remember which part, if it's the exit time or the transition duration. I think the transition is 0. But we do have exit time. And I think if we set these both to 0 and say that it has exit time allowed, then it will play the full animation before going back over to reset itself. That could be wrong. We might preemptively cut it off, and I don't want that to be the case. But we will see after we activate it. And while we're over here, we're going to go ahead and set up our green trigger as well. And this one's a lot easier because we don't have to do as much. This one is a waiting situation. So the trigger is going to become active, but not do anything. The green trigger actually has to interact with other things to become active. So once it's set to on, we just leave it on. It has to be engaged with to do other things. So we will set green hand contact to true or false. Let me go back over to our controller menu. We're going to go to green hand, on off. That is a bool. It already knew which one to do. And then our flare hand on off, because we already put this in earlier, a bool. There's our toggle for that. Now, theoretically, this should work, but I probably overlooked something while I was explaining it. We need 2 separate things to test it. So our first thing, we're going to make an empty. We are going to set this to 0, 0, 0. And we are going to add a 3D object. Actually, we should have just done that. My bad. We're going to scale this down because we really don't need it to be big. Put this right over here. Because what we want to do is assign this as a hand. So we don't need any of that. Add component. Contact sender. You're going to add a collision type of head and torso. Okay, so now this avatar is going to recognize, oh, see you later, creative. It was so nice for you to stop by. And thank you for the wishes towards the troubleshooting, because goodness knows this one has fought me every step of the way. Actually, why does it not say, where's our right hand audio source? Did I actually delete that later or earlier on? I think I did. And we'll fix that on the non-duplicate. But anyway, what we just did is we made this cube identify as both a head and a hand. So now if we have anything on here, for example, an electricity contact for the green hand that specifically will react to a head or a hand, I'm sorry, torso, not a hand, a head or a torso, then it will trigger an animation upon entry. And with that in mind, I think I need to fix the animation that we had because I forgot it is a particle system. We need to adjust the time frame. Oh wait, no we don't. Not with the way we had this one set up. Yeah, okay. So theoretically we should be able to do this, but we have an additional condition we need to throw on here. The green hand contact can't become active unless the green hand is active. So we're going to add gesture right, or add hand contact. Not hand contact, I'm saying the wrong stuff. We're going to add the right hand integer parameter, which is the one that tells us which hand is active. And we know that the green hand will be the only one active when that number equals 2. So that number has to equal 2 in order for us to turn that trigger on. I don't know if we should do anything about turning it off. I think it can probably just turn off at any time. But it cannot become active unless the green hand is active. And the same is going to go for our flare hand. So which one is our flare hand? 4. We're going to add an additional condition too that turns this off no matter what. If the flare hand is turned off. ads are starting any minute now. I'm going to put an additional condition on here that goes straight back to the start too. I've never done it this way. But this will immediately cancel it out if the orange hand is turned off. Okay. Let's go take a look and see how that goes. Why'd you do that? That's not something you're supposed to do. It's because we weren't in Gesture Manager, I guess. All right, let's see. Hands. Turn on our green hand. Actually, turn off our green hand. Put our red hand on. Try to turn the green hand on, off, toggle. Well, it's not showing that it's turning on. However, I would like this not to light up as though it is on when it shouldn't be. It should, like, do a little blip and say, yeah, we can't do that because you don't have the right parameters. But either way, let's test it and see how it works. So what we should be seeing here is when I pull the cube through it, it should light up and electrify. And it is not. So something is wrong. Let me check our conditions. I might have forgotten to use the correct parameters for the contact itself. I did. So we need to add that as a float. Electric. All right, we'll try that again. Turn on the green hand. Grab our cube. Still not recognizing it. Probably because I never actually made the animation, did I? Nope. Okay. My God. Oh, wait, hold on. Do I need to make one? I'm trying to remember. Yes. No? Hmm. Yes. Yeah, I never recorded it. That'd be the problem. Roughly how long does the hand stay electrified? Does anyone know? Hmm. It says it lasts 10 seconds. Okay. We can keep that accurate. Can I get the game files for the sound effects? Hello, Playtime Wiki, my old friend. We don't want the mascots or anything. We want the game effects. Grab pack. Maybe we want the hands. There's the hand scanner. Hand scanner audio. Oh, I found the audio for the flare hand. No, I didn't. It has no longer been made available. Ah, well. That's something that can be added another time. Wait, I have found the electric current sounds. Okay, saving that. And the other power sound. These are technically for the power poles. But that's okay. All right, enough of that. We need to make sure that everything else is functional. think I might be doing this wrong. My brain fog is so fucking bad right now. It's actually gotten a little better throughout the day. But I don't think this is right. I don't think... There's some part of me that's saying this is not how you do floats. And I should know this, but I'm not thinking clearly. Because it shouldn't... I know it needs to know what to do. I mean, something needs to tell the parameter what to do. Yeah, no, this is not it. Okay. Wait, no, maybe it is a... Undo, undo, undo. Okay, yeah, no, that's right. That should be it. Let's test it. So we turn our green hand on. And our green hand trigger. We take our cube hand, head, torso. And we should be able to pull it through and have it work. And it's still not. Man, this is the worst when you just can't use your brain right. Something happened for a second there. It's registering movement. Maybe it's because I have it set to on enter. It should just be on enter though. Time to check a tutorial since my brain cannot recall the information anymore. Maybe it's because I'm using a float and instead it wants a pool? Let's try that. Let's try a bool.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
You, honey, I saw that you said something. I just can't look right now. I'm trying to focus.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
It's still not working. Why is it still not working? No, fucker. I can see it's activating, but only for a brief second. Did I not change the contact? I didn't. Let's try that. Motherfucker. I wish my brain was working right now. This is so fucking frustrating not being able to have access to my own goddamn intellect. Back to the fucking tutorial, I guess. Okay, well, that's part of the problem is I have it on the parameters and I don't need it on the parameters menu. Forgore about that. Is it because we had it on both that it was a problem? Did I record it incorrectly? Hmm. That's why. Okay. It was supposed to be a sender, not a receiver. Oh, fuck, no, that was the wrong one. God fucking damn, okay, I'm just about ready to wrap this shit up. Hi, Sassy. I'm trying to do math with half a melted brain. And just no matter what I do, it won't work. And I can't figure it out because I can't think, and I think maybe this is my sign. I was hoping to get a lot more done. Now, let's test and see if... I just don't even know what couldn't be working right now because I can't think. This is so stupid. Maybe the flare gun works. Let's see. Okay, hey, well, I'll take that small victory. Our flare gun at least shoots, albeit crooked. And it stays on for the full duration of its animation, so at least that one's doing what it's supposed to do. I think we're also missing a component of it, though, because I don't have a light on it anymore. Because I don't think I do. Also not happy that it's not relinquishing control over the constraints. Oh wait, no, it is, but the finger's just not pointing forward. Okay, well that's something we can fix. Did we forget to turn the constraints off for the shooty finger? Is that pointer finger? Constraint is off. Let's try that. Gonna go home and sleep. Thank you for your stream. Always nice to lurk with your work. Thank you for lurking, Kohi. Have a safe travel home. I hope that you are able to get a good night's sleep. Goodness knows I'm eager for one myself. Was that absurdly big then? Kinda seems like it. Why is it going off to the side like that? My finger's still a little crooked. May as well fix the damn bounding box by now. Let's do that since we can't seem to get the other thing working. So we're going to turn on the original player avatar. We are going to find our left hand sound source. That would be on our real hand. And we should also have a right hand audio source. I'm going to copy this component. Actually, what did that one? That was just a regular audio source. Okay. And because we already had the animator set up for the left animator, with all of our animations and whatnot, the only thing that we should have to change is on our right one, tell it should be on the right hand instead of the left. So what this does is it tells it so that the audio will come directionally from the left or the right hand. Okay, that's good. Let's get our bounding boxes addressed. Why do you still only say there's an audio source on the left? Because you're missing information on this one. I forgot a component. That's on me. Still not giving me a gizmo. What is different? One of you says listener. And I don't really know why. What is with that? Good, our audio's broken. Only on the right, though. And that would be because it's not emitting the sound correctly, and not sure why. Something to do with why this one says listener and the other one does not, I assume. Oh, wait, no. Okay, never mind. It's just fucked off to oblivion. Okay. Yep, that'll explain everything. There we go. It's not that we didn't have audio, it's just that the audio was far too far away to hear. I think I'm going to change this menu. Put the hand triggers both in this one, and then have the hands be on the secondary menu. That way I'm not switching between two. We'll do that right now.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Oh, wow. Thank you for the hydrate, Rin. You fucking hog cowboy game. Oh, it finished downloading. That's good. I'm glad you can finally play your game, Q.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
We're not quite ready to save yet. We are going to switch the default hand that is active too, because that's bothering me. Where did our animations go? Uh-oh. Where did they go? Right there, supposedly. Yep, that makes sense. I just can't fucking read. All right, let's see if that worked. All right, we do start with the hand on base. Right hand, that should rename that. Hand controls. L trigger, R trigger. Okay. That's much better on that menu. Red hand by default, no hand, green hand with the trigger on. This is probably not going to work. We try it anyway, just in case. No. For whatever reason, that just will not work for the time being. Purple hand, flare hand. The pose is working now. I'd say that's pretty straight, depending on how you angle your own hand. Well, that's not supposed to happen. Forgot to turn that off. Oh, it kills me that that doesn't make any noise. Hi, Kevin. Our googly eyes animation has been broken for a while. I guess we should fix that. Oh, wait, we're not doing animating right now. We're fixing other issues. Bounding boxes, that's what we're doing. Bounding boxes. Why is it rotated? I don't know why it's rotated like that. That's weird. And I can't do anything about it, so it's gonna stay like that. What are the bounding box limits? Why is that not a question I could just fucking Google? Like, if it's, there's obviously limits. So why is that not immediately the first search result when I Google, what are VRChat's avatar bounding box limits? Oh, hold on one moment. Sorry about that. Mom was showing me something.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, cat. Would you like it if me and Lil Bold killed it? See, my frustration's not at all with the project or Unity or anything of that sort. My frustration's just dealing with the endo. It's definitely gotten worse throughout the night. Odd question, but have you ever tried to write a story before with a full plot or anything? Yes and no. I've gone through many different journeys of writing stories, none of which ever came to a full fruition. But that's mostly just because I was the single person working on it and my ambitions were much too high for one person to achieve. I was aiming for studio level goals instead of just, personal indie comic goals. I have many different stories that I would like to achieve at some point in life, one of which being about this player character, actually. But since that's something I'd have to be doing for fun and not for actual development, since it's not my IP, I can't do anything with it. It's one that'll just have to live in my head. Okay, I finally found the bounding box information. So our max size is 565. And I'm a doofus and didn't put that in the right spot. This avatar's bounding box is too large on at least one axis. The current size is 10, 12, 10. So I think I'll go back and fix that. I maybe have accidentally doubled it. Wonder if we can just adjust the bounding boxes for everything all at once. pretty sure there is a way to do that. Not here, though. So why did that double the bounding box size? I guess it means that we can go half. Roughly. Yeah, about. Google can't even tell me how to open a bottle of mayo without telling me that mayonnaise has a backstory that leads to ketchup somehow. I was just curious. I wrote a few novels over the past 2 weeks, and writing is hard. I mean, a few novels over the last 2 weeks, I'd say, yeah, that's pretty damn good, actually. Certainly more than I've done in the last several years. Currently been writing a story that ties my OC into Magalore's epilogue as we've been playing it on stream. It's been so fun, and it's been a valuable exercise. Absolutely. I wish that I had more time to kind of flex other creative bones. But for now, this is what I've got to work with, and I am enjoying it. Let's go 2.3. We can do bigger than this on PC, but everything that I'm looking for on here right now is the quest stuff. Why is your bounding box for everything so tiny? We're just gonna make all your bounding boxes huge. 2.3. 2.3. 2.5. What do you mean it's too big? Hello, really? Good to see you. How goes it with the model? It's fighting me. But we're getting there. We need to reduce its size for the bounding boxes for some of these pieces for whatever reason. Because it's a grumpy model and it doesn't like to do anything that it should. One of you appears to be too large. Did that fix anything? A little. But not the correct thing. We need our side bounding boxes a little better. No. What even am I resizing here? The cuffs we can do separately. Those don't need to be as big. Unless those aren't part of the problem. Which axis is an issue? All of them, apparently. That's the one that we need to reduce. Unless... Nope, we're getting there. Kinda hate that it's the hands that are the problem. Ah, shit. I think I'm getting it. Yes, okay. I kinda get it now. So let's grab all of these guys, put you over there. As long as everything fits within this size, we are good. Good shit. The goodest of shit. I wish I could grab all of them at once. One size is still too big. It's probably this one. Got it! Let's go ahead and grab this one, whatever it is, and put it within the same bounds anyway. So we can now say that this, all right. To those who don't know, what this invisible box is here is the bounding box of every part of our avatar. Meaning that if we are not looking at this box, we can't see it. This is an optimization thing. So the way it works is this box is the very first thing that receives information to say, hey, this needs to load. So if you can see this box, whatever is within the box that is tied to this box will be loaded. But if you cannot see the box, for example, we go just barely out of sight over here. Even if we could still technically see a part of the avatar, say like the hands were extended, but there was no bounding box attached to them, we would not be able to see it. It would blip out of existence. So we are now able to see him from all angles, and hopefully when we go into test, we should be able to not look at the character and still see the hands when they go off screen. But to do that, we have to pose the arms up a little bit. Okay. Not quite what the plan was supposed to be. There we go. Get our hands up. Push you off screen. Hand controls. We're going to turn our long trigger on for both hands. And now when we use this, it should just show us the hands. Well, if they wanted to stay on screen. Let's try that again, right hand. Try that again, right hand. Okay. Well, we get the idea anyway. Now, see how it blipped out of existence then? So the problem that we're still having is that if we don't keep the player somewhat within our view, it does still clip out of existence. I was hoping that that would... Maybe not. So where is your bounding box? Oh, it still just counts them all at the source. Well, this is a problem for Quest. I think on PC I can make it a larger bounding box. I'm not sure. And we should also have update when off screen. Is that going to cause a problem? Well, maybe in play mode. What if we retract them? Are you still going to have a problem if we retract them? What do you mean it's too large? Sir, what is too large? Wait a minute. What happened here? That's new. That is also new. Why are we doing that? What the fuck? Wait, hold on. Why are you both doing that? What happened? Yeah, so they definitely shouldn't be doing that. What the hell was that? What? Why are you having an issue with this now? What the fuck is happening? It's like it's lagging out trying to read the animation sequence. Because our animation, so what was happening earlier is, you see this cuff on the back of the hand? This animation sequence right here says, okay, you have this static hand cuff on for when your hand is extended because it'll be facing forward. This is not how it is facing in-game. But then when it retracts at this point and gets all the way back to the holster, it switches back to the static one that is connected at the wrist. And as you could see earlier, it was not transitioning properly. It would recoil and then take a good 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi before it was willing to actually switch those two for whatever reason. Let's take a look at our eye, googly eyes, since I know that one's broken too. Why are there two of you? Hold on, I think I know what's happening. They're both turned on when it goes into play mode. That's the issue. So it's struggling to read that because that is outlier information that is not part of the controller and it doesn't know what to do with. So that's one of those problems anyway. Okay. Yeah, why is that happening? It's like you're hitting an invisible wall and then plummeting. And also, where did your gravity go? Why are you going through the floor? We don't have any displacement this time anyway. I don't know why it's going backwards. It's almost like it's colliding with itself. Where the fuck is your floor? That's a problem. Why don't you have a floor? Why is your hand not plugged in correctly again? All right, you die. You have a new child. New child. Wear this. Turn on. Turn off the googly eyes. Turn off your static cuff. Enter play mode. All right, you've got your floor back. Doesn't seem to be yeeting you quite as far. Hold on. Why are your legs asymmetrical? Why are your hands asymmetrical? What? Your whole arm is in another position back there. I might be losing my mind. Yeah, no, your arms are not in the same positions, your legs are not in the same positions. I don't get it. I've never had an avatar fight me this way. Alright. I converted everything over to Windows. I love how this is a medium quality avatar on PC. And yet on Quest it is very poor. Man, that threw me off. I can't even remember what I was doing. I guess I can make an animation for the posed hands. Why is it being weird about this? Oh, right, because I have to turn all the constraints off. I like this, but I don't know if I should push the fingers together. What does the handprint look like usually in the buttons? Okay. Fingers are separated in the hand scanner, so we're just going to leave it like this. And one other thing I forgot to do, though, is we want our hand itself to be poised at a 90-degree angle. Do we want it rotated somewhat? I really wish that the preview animation pose was a T-pose. Well, I guess we'll test it like this. Weh.
Sleepy Blue Alive just cheered 25 bits.
Thank you, Sleepy. Oops, we're not ready for that. We still have an animation to make. Oh boy. Why did I do this to myself? So stupid. Yeah, I'm aware that that's a broken path. It's because it's broken. Tends to be what happens. Dude, let me rename this. Come on. Alright, I'm not going to worry about the mirrored side of things. I'll do that later. Because that's more than I feel like doing. I'm going to leave the animation time on these just to see what the fuck it looks like. Okay, let's see how that looks. Hey, buddy, what's going on there? Hmm. Come on, player, what's going on? Why are you doing that? Your constraints are inactive for some reason. They shouldn't be. Maybe because they're already all turned on. When the animation becomes active, it's turning them off. I mean, it says it should be enabled, not disabled, but I guess I'll start them with them all turned off. Okay, let's give that a try. Nope. Still not working. Bro, what the fuck is happening? I'll get rid of both of them then. Neither can do anything. If your hand is still in a weird T-pose, then I don't know why. Okay. The fuck did I do that completely broke the entire goddamn hand? Like, I know I'm running on... I'm gonna get rid of everything I just did. It's the only thing I can think of to get rid of that. And somehow that fixed it. Eat shit. Claire's almost a, like, Mega Man outfit. Yeah, we were talking about the other night how in order to utilize the grab pack gun mechanic as this character, you are kind of playing Mega Man. Because it's more of a cannon on his arm. I really don't know why that got broken the way that it did. I guess I'll try again. I'm just gonna do the left hand. Nope. It seems to work now. Although... I think I have to rotate it. We have to rotate it 90 degrees counterclockwise. roughly. I can hear an owl outside.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
We are going to save immediately after I rotate this hand. I don't know about that. I'm not really sure why it's doing what it's doing. So I'm just going to fuck with it. That looks like how it should look. I'm going to go with it. Ads are going to start any second here, and they are our last ads of the night. We will be raiding out after. Oh no, Spooka! I'm sorry to hear that. They don't last long, unfortunately, especially if you've got animals. Hey, Spooka, you don't happen to have a new headset on your throne, do you? Because wouldn't that be an ideal opportunity for someone to spoil you? Big stretch. Oh, time for me to go. Just wanted to chill for a bit, so y'all have a good night and take care. Back at you, Sleepy. It was very good to see you. I'm going to put Go-Go on this real quick and see how it looks in a more rested position, because that's the hard part now is I can't tell what things are what. My English good. Okay, that's basically exactly the angle that I wanted. I don't know if that'll be the best angle to have it at. But that seems to just be like, if you raise your hand a little bit, if anything, it might be tilted a little too far still. I don't think so. I think I'm gonna just leave it. There we go. That kind of puts them in the right pose. Maybe I will tilt them a little. I need to tilt them in relation to the nubbies. I also can't tell if it seems like it's gone like off track a little bit. I don't think so. Oh wait, there we go. They're like right at the sides there. Okay. And we do need to rotate it more towards the direction of the thumb. All right. Short, sweet, and to the point. Not a whole lot. Just enough. It feels very off-center now, though. Like, if I take the hand off... Yeah, no, it's definitely not centered. It's not nearly as far off as I thought it was. I will simply leave it there, then. Putting a $200 pair of headphones on my throne. That's how much these headphones were. Currently, my way around it is the fact that these headphones also have Bluetooth capability. It just may be slightly diminished quality until I can get a new aux cord, even if it's a cheap one. Okay. Well, at least that's a fixable problem for the most part. I didn't realize it was like a separate cord. But that's good that you have Bluetooth for it. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that you have to recharge stuff like that, I'd probably stick to mostly Bluetooth myself because I'm constantly battling the cables. I just know that I personally prefer things to be wired because I will get so righteously angry if something disconnects on me when I need it, which happens frequently even while wired. Just need you to put your hands by your sides like a normal person. I'm gonna recreate that meme from the Babadook of the woman going, "Why can't you just be normal?" And then the kids screaming in the back seat. Except it's just me yelling at the player and Adam and all the other models. I think our best hope is that one. In which case I think I overshot it just a little bit. Let's try that. How old is the headset, Spooka? I'm using Bluetooth headset now, and it's I don't know. Did I read your message already, Kevin? I feel like I did. Probably 3 years on headphones, to be honest. It's a HyperX Cloud Mix. They don't even sell this type of headphones anymore because they've put out so many others since it. I mean, you can always throw on like a similar one to what I have, just as a cheaper backup headset. I mean, it's still like $100, but it's decent quality for the most part. I'd go for something better if I could, but still a little too far, I think. Perfect. Okay. Let's trade the menu one side for the other because currently I don't like that it's inverted. Bleak. This is where I die. Bury me in balls.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
I actually did forget, but I saved that time. So the one thing I would really, really like to get working before I upload this is our green hand. And I'm not sure why it's not working, other than I have to delete that part and redo it. And it's late enough in the night at this point that I don't want to. And I don't think I have the energy to get on VRChat tonight anyway to go test things. Thank you, baby. So that being said, this is where we're going to call it tonight. In fact, let's go ahead and get the player to look the way I feel right now. There we go. That's my boy. Apple doesn't fall far from this tree. And speaking of trees and other fun climbable things, how about we go say hi to Rosie? Because Rosie's streaming currently. She is playing Peak with one of her polycules. And before we do that, go ahead and do our raid message, actually. So apologies for not having all of the hyperactivity of usual throughout this stream today, but I do appreciate you guys who've been hanging in there with me, who've been having that energy on my behalf, I should say. We don't have anything lined up for tomorrow or the weekend or anything like that. We do have our usual scheduled streams next week, starting on Tuesday with our 2D Tuesday. Skeet up, butthole. We'll have our regular 2D Tuesday, which we will be going back to some more normal stuff. No more ornaments. I will be showing those on Tuesday, though, fully assembled on the wreath. Wednesday, we're probably going to continue playing Outer Wilds, and Thursday, hopefully, might be done with this. Might still be working on it. We'll see. But until then, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I love you all so much. Please go throw some love at Rosie. I will see you another time. Good night, goodbye, farewell.